Okay, ta-dum, ta-ta-ta-ta-dum, ta-da-ta-ta, ta-da-ta-ta. Hello, Regardmore. You were very early today. So yeah, back to art. I think I am gonna go make a schedule of art on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and gaming on Fridays and Saturdays. I always forget. My schedule worked out. Oh, nice. I'm glad you could make it then. Yeah, so back to work on this bear. So how have you been? Palette. Just yeah, that'll work. I've been up since yesterday night. Oh no. Well, I can't really. I don't have much room to talk because I've been in 7 more hours. I'll be up 24 hours. That's not good. You go to bed soon. Well, I don't know. It depends on what time it is for you right now. But yeah, that's not very good. The other day I accidentally slept. I was like, let me just take a little nap. And oh goodness. Oh no. Disconnected. Here we go again. Why is this happening? Is it an internet issue or an OBS issue? Reconnected? I can hear you again. Okay, I guess I should go and check what that's all about before it gets any worse, because last time it was real bad when it kept disconnecting. Let me just go ahead and check that out right now before it gets any worse. Sorry, be right back. Let's see. Testing. Okay, so chat's working, but am I live? Twitch seems to think so. Yes, you are live. Yes, you are. Okay, good. And hello, Margaritas. Okay. Good. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I guess I'll just hope for the best and get back to work. Hello there. How are you doing? Oh goodness. Lag. Don't be like this computer. Don't be like this internet. No. Oh goodness. Okay. Fingers crossed, hooves crossed that this'll go better. Okay. Oh, I guess I gotta continue coloring the outline. So that the cape will be colored in too. Oh. Eyes crossed. Yes, Cinnamon, but I am now live and hopefully will stay alive without further issue. Okay. we were discussing something before the first disconnection. Let me just scroll up. Oh right, you said you've been up. You're almost gonna be up for 24 hours, which is not good. But I can't say my sleep schedule has been much better. The other day I was like, let me just take a small little nap, just a little one. I think I took a nap around like 3 p.m. or something. I woke up at midnight and I decided, I could sleep some more, and so then I slept some more and woke up at noon the next day. This is not good at all. Not good at all. The whole time telling myself to learn just 4 hours worth of material. Have you? That is entirely too much sleep. I know, but I guess I was kind of hoping it would, like, if I were to. Okay, I slept from. Not that I'm one to talk. Yeah, no one here has the right to talk about bad sleep schedules. No one at all. Let he who has a normal sleep pattern cast the first stone. Have you accomplished your goal of learning 4 hours worth of material? Because I can't say my how many hours is that? From 3 to midnight is. Oh goodness, I can't do math. Wait, I can do math in my head. No, I can't. Why am I even trying to lie to myself? Okay. 3 to midnight. That's 9 hours. Yeah, 9 hours. Plus another 12. That's 21 hours. Not really even halfway there. Well, at least there's if it's not 4 hours, at least there's some progress. At least there's something. You're being more productive staying awake 24 hours than I was staying asleep for almost 24 hours. Yeah. I've never done 24. Uh, I've never, I've never pulled an like, what do you call, all-nighter? I've never in my life been able to do that, and I've always got to have at least, like, even if it's just an hour or two of sleep, something, but not a full 24 hours. At 22, my body grabs the eyelids and I dream I'm awake. Oh no. I don't think I've ever made it that far into awakeness. Too much awakeness. When I'm sleepy and I am going down for my nap. Never gotten to 24. I used to fall asleep during classes, which is real bad. And I really hope those teachers know that it wasn't because of their class that I was sleepy. That's just my life. However, I have slept for 45 minutes across days. That's trippy. That sounds real bad. That sounds painful. Oh goodness. A little red tinge to it, a little dark. That's a good color, I think. Oh, tea. Worst I've had was probably around 40 hours, but those were special circumstances and entirely unintentional. Was it like staying up for a project or something you really need to work on? Or was it just, I don't know. Even like on those like school nights where I had something due the next day and I was like, I need to stay awake. I gotta finish this. I've got to finish this. There's nothing in this world can keep me awake for that long. Absolutely nothing. I ran out of my sleepy medicine and that withdrawal meant I was unable to sleep. Oh no! That bad. What is the epiphany after sleeping like that? The day and night are not separate. They are one day. This is all still Monday. Monday extended cut. It is only we who imagine is fresh. Yeah, it feels weird to like stay awake long enough to where it all feels like the same day. Like the day has not ended until I'm in bed. Oh, the broom. Yeah, the broom bristles is all I think I need. Clipping broom. Color in. Do you have contagious sleepy vibes today, Margaritas? I suppose I would also like to know the answer to this question. The word sleepy, it always gets me. I'm reasonably awake today. That's good. Nuts. Okay, and change the color. Oranges, yeah. Darker. Kind of, yeah. Though I didn't get anything done today other than drawing that cheese bun. The cheese bun was really cute. Cheese bunger. About being bored in class, I will yawn to tears, which in my opinion is worse than just sleeping. I would do that. I would like struggle to keep myself awake, which was just yawning as tears streamed down my face. But then I couldn't take it anymore and I would just nod off. Just, okay, goodbye. I wish I could let every teacher whose class I fell asleep during know. It wasn't you. It was 100% me in my horrible sleep schedule. Okay. That jerk when someone overcorrects the sleep didn't see. Yeah, just like, nodding off. Nodding off. Nodding off. Oh! Oh no! Like, that was very common too. But like so violently that I had to look around to make sure I didn't like catch anyone's attention with my not outburst, just my reaction to trying not to fall asleep. Ah, memories. I've slept through many a class. Oh goodness. Okay, I guess I'm gonna try and do as best I can to replicate my old style. I like to watch the handsome narcoleptic in my class. Is it possible there's been a crossover here? Oh right, what brushes did I use? Oh, this is all... Because I don't think these are the same brushes I had years ago. Oh no! Depends. Did I draw on you while you slept, Margaritas? I hope not. Oh, this is all brand new to me. These brushes that I don't recognize. And are probably not the same ones I used to use back then. You would have noticed by now, I think. I guess I'll try with this, Cloudy. This brush I named Cloudy. Maybe? Actually, I could start in the background. Given that this is apparently a brush I called Cloudy, so this is for clouds, I suppose. Most likely would have. You never know. Maybe you just kept vague enough to where you wouldn't recognize each other over the internet. But one day there'll be that one little detail that you realize, oh, yes, how could we have not known before? That'd be a real weird way to meet someone you haven't seen in so many years, I think. Well, you never know. It's not impossible. I was trying to say unimpossible, but that was incorrect. That would mean it's not possible. I met online friends before. Oh, nice. I could have, but I don't know enough about... I guess I never got that much details to know if they're really someone I would have come across. Oh, you mean like you've met old friends online? Like old in real life friends online before? Or you've had online friends who you've met up with in real life? I'm not sure what the conversation we're having here is about anymore. I think I've lost the plot. This is kind of a nice brush. When strangers slow down walking and quietly say my username. Oh my goodness. That would be strange. That would be real strange. And then what do you do after? Like, and I was like, correct, you got the right person. Oh my goodness. That seems like a 1 in a million chance. Unless you're like one of those like internet famous people, like who's someone internet famous? We were expecting each other. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Is if you're looking to meet up with each other, and not just like no photos, just location. Okay. Okay, it was a planned meetup, not just a one in a lifetime chance. I've never met someone online before. Or, never met someone online in real life before. But that would be fun, I think. If it was someone I was good friends with, of course, not just a stranger. All my online friends are spread out across the world, so I never met any of them. Yeah, that was the case usually with my old online friends was way, 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 way far away from me. Da, 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 da. Tea break. The tea's probably cold by now. Hold on. I need to hold the handle away from my mic. Every time. Sorry. Wait. This mug is so big it blocks my face and interrupts the face tracking. Maybe if I turn to the side like this. Okay, that's slightly. That's not much of an improvement. Would you consider going to a con mini with your own booth or speaking panel? I don't know, because I've never actually been to a convention before, any sort of convention. I think I would like to go to one someday. I wouldn't know what type. I know there's anime conventions, which I don't think I'm a big enough fan of anime to really like be a part of. I'm not sure if it'd be like if I don't know, or a furry convention, I suppose, but I don't have like a fursuit or anything, and I'm not sure if I'm a big enough furry to attend a furry convention. I don't know. I've never been to one. I don't know what the atmosphere is like. I'm not sure. It does sound fun, but I guess first I would have to go to one just as a normal guest, a normal attendee of the convention, scope out the place, and then perhaps have a speaking panel or booth once I understand the atmosphere, the going ons of a convention. Test run con. Yeah, test run. I've got to learn I've got to get insider knowledge before I can become I don't know. I couldn't think of a word. Knowledgeable. Yeah, I need to become knowledgeable on the ins and outs of what's the word? Not elegance, not acquaintance. Something close to that word, but like etiquette. Etiquette's the word. Con etiquette. Yes, that's the word I'm looking for. My first con was run by my college. Maybe there's a college running one where you are. It might be nice and small. Oh, I never heard of cons run by colleges. But I suppose so, if it's... May attend a smaller one first. Just to, like, get my bearings. But yeah, never been to one. I don't know what it's like, what you do, what to expect. Like the anime club put together. Oh, okay, makes sense. But like, is anyone allowed to attend, or is it just like students? Well, I suppose you said I guess anyone can attend, not just students of the college campus. Change the color of the sky. Oh, wrong layer. More purplish. A little brighter, I think. Oh, actually, that's a nice color, yeah. My university is a soulless institution and nothing fun ever happens. Oh. Be the change you want to see in the world. Set up something fun. If you're allowed to. If not, protest? Petition? Boo's your university. Yeah, boo! Oh goodness, the file's getting too big that I'm not allowed to change anything. Oh, delete that. My canvas is very... I always make my canvas just too big. Okay, let me save this as file 3 and delete the old sketches so I have room to edit things again. Because I make these files too darn big. Just too darn big. Can I change now? Purplish? Darker? Okay, that's a nicer color, I think. Night sky colors. Night sky colors. Need like a nice pinkish color. This is a process. This is a I'm learning things. Let's see. What color would look cool? Let me pull up a reference picture of a pretty, like, cosmic sky with nice colors. I'm not good at, like, envisioning things, so I'm not... some blue, some black. Some pink. Starry night sky. Not the painting, but the... Okay, a photo, good. Okay, so darker towards the edges and... We're learning things here, folks. And this blur tool, I suppose, to... Oh, wrong. Press nice. What's your idea of fun university stuff? I don't have much of a reference because, well, that was strange. Hold on. Okay then, I guess that's just a screen thing. But I wouldn't have much of a reference on fun college stuff because I didn't go. So I don't know what sort of fun stuff there is to do. I guess there's like club activities and stuff. Like you said, anime club. I guess there's that. There could be art clubs, I guess. Clubs. I don't know. I don't have much of a reference. I suppose clubs would be fun. So there's no clubs at all? Are you not allowed to start one? Make it be like an unofficial school. Nothing at all? Oh no. And you're not allowed to like start anything or at least set something up with your fellow students? Like, okay, after every we set up this time. Let's all meet up on campus and we're gonna. I remember seeing a picture of lettuce eating club or something, where all these guys just gather around to eat. Everyone eats a full head of lettuce, and whoever eats the head of lettuce the fastest is in charge of setting up the next meeting. I'm not sure what the rules are. You gotta get out of there, Margaritas. Get out while you still can. Less than a year to graduating, so I'm on it. At least there's that. uh, let's see. Put in some stars, because why not? Look at this. People fundraise their clubs and sell t-shirts, right? But this one club had a better idea. I haven't seen anyone else do it. Pay to flip a table. And it was set out with plasticware too for maximum effect. So you can just pay for the experience of flipping a table out of out of rage. Like that's interesting. What was the club? Did it have anything to do with flipping tables? I like this idea. I wish I could I wish there was video evidence of such a thing. Yes. No. Yes to the table flipping, or no, yes to the table flipping with rage, and no to the club having to do with flipping tables. I want to see, I want to witness this activity. Correct, okay. That sounds fun, actually. The line was long! How much did you have to pay? Carpentry Club. Oh, perhaps. Oh, you get to destroy their own, or I guess I guess it depends how well made the table is. Carpentry Club, Carpentry Club, where you get to pay to just destroy their defunct projects with a bat or something. I forget, but it was reasonable just during my class hours. Oh, so you didn't get a chance to partake in table flipping yourself? I did not. Oh. It does sound fun, though. I suppose you could recreate the experience at home. There just won't be anyone else to clean up after you. Luminosity. The stars that are a little funky looking, let me clear those up. Okay. One day in a hypothetical movie, in a hypothetical movie-like situation where I had to fundraise for my life, I'll do that. It is a good idea to keep in mind for the future. Set up a table, set up the plastic silverware. May have the plastic cups filled with drink. Oh, were the cups filled with drink? Were the cups filled with a drink? May at the very least water. I think that would add to the effect of just knocking everything out of your way. No. Aw. I guess, yeah, that's a little too much to expect, is someone having to mop up all of that once it's all over. I would make tiers based on how much is the table. Okay, like separate tables. Pay like $5. Well, I don't know the going rate for flipping tables, but maybe pay 5 to flip over a table that just got some just regular plastic silverware. 15 to flip over a table that's got some the cups are filled with a drink, perhaps water. Just to me a what? No, I was gonna say water, like with food coloring, but no, that would I don't know if food coloring stains. So just water will do. And I guess the biggest tier would be real glass, real glass tableware. But maybe something that you just find like in a garage sale or something. But someone's gonna have to clean it up. Tier 1, just the table. Tier 2, table and tablecloth. Tier 3 with plastic plates, etc. Yeah, you've got it better than I do. Watercolor brush. Stretch goal. Margaritas will play Jenga with you, and at any point during your turn. Oh, another tier is you get to flip the table as someone is just like this nice unsuspecting group of people are just playing a nice board game, and you can pay to interrupt their fun time by flipping over the table with all the board game stuff on it. That sounds like a fun time. And I guess you can like pay to influence how they act towards you. Like I'm the type of person who can't handle conflict, so maybe I would say like, okay, I get to flip over their table, but they can't say anything about it. They can't get mad at me. Or like I guess if you're the kind of person who always wanted to start a fight, you can instruct the people to act indignant and, oh, why'd you do that? Oh, you're looking to start a fight, but they won't actually like do anything. They'll just like verbally scorn you for ruining their good time. There's lots of customization to this fundraising opportunity. flawless plan. A flawless plan. Absolutely. Oh, sorry. Sometimes when I hear my cat meowing outside my door, I meow to mock him, and I realize you can't hear that, so I just meowed for no reason. Oh, wrong color. The cry of your cat's people. I am not cat people. I'm sheep. I'm sheeple. I was mocking my son out there. My cat son. What's his name? From the sound of it, it sounds like, what's he look like? He, his proper name, how old is he? uh, his standard name is just Cream Puff, but sometimes to mock him I call him Coconut Cream Puff. That's his full proper name, is Coconut Cream Puff. He is going to be a year. I think I got him. Let me check. I've got pictures of him and his little brothers. Well, not little brothers. I don't know who's in what order. Hello, Diamond. How are you doing? When was the first picture I took of them? Cat folder. The little baby pictures. I've got to put these pictures in the server sometime. March this year, March 25th. So yeah, they're how many months is that? They were a couple weeks old at that point, so let's just say they're born in March. March? That's 9 months. And they're quite big now. Sorry I didn't do anything on the server besides rules. I was quite busy with school. That's okay. Your school's more important than my Discord server. Don't worry about that. Oh, and Coconut Cream Puff. He's I don't know how you describe his pattern. I guess he's kind of a tabby, but he's like white and gray. I don't know. I've got to put some pictures. Who is what? That's my cat. One of my cats is Mr. Coconut Cream Puff. Cats are cute. Perhaps after this stream, I will post pictures of Mr. Cream Puff and his brothers, who are don't look alike. They're all brothers. They're all litter mates, but only 2 of them really look like that, like they're actually brothers. One of my friends made like a Minecraft building server. Oh, nice. Is it I suppose you're a part of it? Half brothers. Half brothers. I wouldn't even say that they look like half brothers. Yes, I started yesterday. You build anything interesting? They're from the same mom. Oh, well, I don't know, because they all appear to be the same age. I don't think they have different fathers. I think they're all... I think just because they're strays, that and their mother's are straight too, that they're all kind of, there's all just lots of genetics in there that we don't know where they came from. Because I don't know, brothers from another mother's. I don't know. Well, like all of them that are like on for longer, they build like a small starter island with a campfire and a few houses. One claimed a mountain. Oh, sounds fun. Found your brushes yet? I am just using whatever it is I have here available in seeing how this turns out. This is just, I think, the standard marker tool that I'm using right now. It may be megalomaniac of me and my friends, but on my birthday we claimed 180,000 to 200,000. Claimed what? Of that amount. I don't know how Minecraft servers work, I'm sorry. Square meters. Oh, okay. Which is a lot. It does sound like a lot. I don't even know how you claim that much and what you do with that much. And they're just the three main areas. We also claimed 2 islands. And 2 lake places to build a channel. So until even more. Sounds fun. Do you have any like grand plan for your claim of land? What you're gonna do with it? Like what sort of structure you'll build? I was scared that the owner wouldn't approve it because of the size. But he was like, yes. Oh, okay. That's good. Send you a map with what is going to be. Okay, I guess you could put it in the gaming channel of the Discord, or I can write it out here. Either way, whatever is easier. This is a strange thing to be learning my entire coloring process all over again. I was never good with colors, choosing color palettes. I guess I do have a reference point, but still I want to make it like my own. I want to make it pop. I want to make it pop. I don't know. Give it that cinna flavor. Cinna flavor. That's exactly it. You understand. Send it. Oh, okay, let me go ahead and check. Oh, okay. Oh, that's really expensive. For Ottawa, for Vancouver. It seems like a really expansive project, my plans. How long do you think it'll take you to set up all that you're planning on? I don't know how long this sort of thing. And is it like in creative mode or like just standard survival mode? Survival 100%. Oh, okay. So how long does that sort of thing take? I think I did a pretty good planning job. Yeah, it's really thought out. I don't have that kind of planning. I've seen art progressions where the artist draw an eye shade. Draw an eye, shade it, and light it, and I'm like, good job. Then 5 more steps later, they're making it hyper realistic, and I have no idea what tiny tweaks those other steps were. I have the same issue. Like, what happened here? We went from step 1 to step 100. Where were the other steps? How to draw an owl. Step 1, draw a circle. Step 2, draw the owl. My friend and me estimated 40% of this year, but nothing is sure, so about 140 days. I hope you have fun with your project. That sounds like a lot of work. Especially if it's on survival mode where you can where it's not as not easy, not as simple, I guess, to just build whatever. And there you go, you built it in creative. We will dominate the server on a building way. So long as the server owner's okay with it. Then have fun. Right now I'm building Fort Ottawa. It's like, I don't see it, but you do you, and then wait and suddenly it's realer than anything I've ever drawn. Oh yeah, like... Oh no, I... Fort Vancouver. Oh, okay. Fort Ottawa. Oh, okay. A lot of it could also be, especially with the way, I've noticed, some art channels, like YouTube Shorts or whatever, there's definitely some tricks there to making the art process more impressive than it really is. So, it is, well, I've learned some of the tricks. I've been taught, like, oh, don't believe everything. Of course, don't believe everything you see on social media. But yeah, some of it's just like tricks to make it look a lot more impressive than the process really is. I get what you mean. Okay, good. When in reality, how long is? I wonder how many hours combined this drawing has taken me. But of course, other artists probably don't get as off track, easily off track as I do. Smack dab in the middle of the brown thing, there is a mountain that is since day one claimed by someone. Okay, so that's a middle of the brown thing. Part of the territory of what you want to claim is someone's already taken it. Usually takes me 4 to 6 hours to draw something. I can't remember how long I would take. It would be over the course of several days, I remember. And not even then, sometimes... I don't know, it all depends. It all depends. So I was like, give your claim up, and he was no, and I said yeah, and I was yes. Well, if he was there first, maybe you could offer him something as a trade. And then he said no. And that was outrageous. Well, he was there first. Maybe there's some kind of agreement you can reach where you can claim it together, or I don't know. Or build around. I don't know. And so I gave up that claim of the mountain. I like seeing interior decorating, but my joy is dampened when I see they turned off all the lights for the before and turned on all the lights for after. Yeah, it's like, of course it looks nicer. It's brighter and livelier when the lights are on. But I still have everything around the mountain, so I started building a wall around it. I hope you don't get into any territory troubles with the owner of the mountain with that. What's my land? Well, I suppose, but just be careful. I'm just building a normal wall. It seems confrontational to me. Yeah, I was trying to think of the word. Uh, uh, well, maybe passive aggressive is also kind of a good word for it. Uh, it might be your land, that's the point. I suppose so. It might be your land, but that's apparently his mountain, and there could be trouble brewing soon. I want to try and... It does take me quite... I've always been very slow at making art. And I want to get faster. I want to get better at it, and I want to get faster. And I suppose if I get better at it, when I'm more confident in my art, I can be faster at it, because, like, I won't spend so much time worrying about little details. I don't know. I've still got to figure out the process. But I hope to get faster and better at art. Because I spend way too long on it for a result that I'm not entirely too happy with, even in the end. But I'm learning again. That's what we're doing here. Because I'm bad in PvP, I need something else to show, of course. Also, Cinnaminnie, you'll know your trusty tools by then. That's right, I've got to get reacquainted with Paint Tool Sai. I've got to get reacquainted with my old buddies, my old friends. It's been far too long. I think last time I checked... Let me see, when was the last time I had a finished artwork to upload? DeviantArt? Cinnaminnie. Mature content? Why did one get... One of my drawings got marked as mature? This content is intended for mature audiences. No, it is not. Still, even after a long break, your drawing skills are real good. Thank you very much. Oh, seriously. Oh my. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think maybe it mistook something. Maybe it was like a automated thing. Oh no, I don't remember my password. I guess I'll have to fix that later. But I guess I'll have to finish that later. Fix that later, and log into my DeviantArt. This was published May 15th, 2018. So yeah, quite some years ago. Too fluffy. Minnie got bot blocked just like me. Oh no. I suppose so. Yeah, because there is no mature content here. That's just silly. I will have to keep in mind to fix that later. Oh well. Bots are the smartest among us, ain't I right? Yeah, there's that. I still haven't got that figured out. That's a you problem. You're seeing what you want to see, DeviantArt. Oh yeah, I remember some automation trying to block nudity, but it would also mistake sand dunes in the desert for nudity, because like, oh, this is skin colored, this is nakedness. This is nakedness is what this is. Block it. And it was just sand. The naked desert. Put a blanket over it. You disgusting pig looking at stuff like that. The desert. Too hot for TV. Literally, haha haha. So twisted. So wrong. So unholy. So dirty. So sandy. So sandy, yeah. But so hot. Without context, this is very awkward. Yes. And then you have a camel walking all over you. Brazen. Absolutely disgusting. Filthy. Show some respect for the children. Is there a desert fetish somewhere out there? There's a fetish for everything. Everything, I suppose. This is the information age, of course there is. If yes, please message me. No! We could trade. No! No, no, no. Sand pigs. No! And if you aren't careful, you could catch it yourself. Spread it to others. Send dunes. Meet up. At the beach! I can get behind sand dunes. For each other in the sand. Yes, deep in the sand. This is strange. This is very strange, this conversation. Dirty humor's the best. Sandy humor. Sandy. Little off topic, but have any of you ever had a beach picnic without crunching on sand in your food? Whenever in the few times I have been to a beach for a table, we always just head back to the car and sit in there And I don't recall ever having a beach picnic. Yeah, I've never been on the beach to eat. We always just head back into the car, uh, and just like cover the seats in towels and try not to get the sand on our bodies on the car seats. And then we open the food in there so as to not eat sand. Bring a house. But I can only imagine just with how much sand sticks to you, sticks to your fur, sticks to your skin. Here's a cautionary tale of what happens when you do. I can imagine it. But some good sand is never bad, of course. Not if you're very enthusiastic about the beach and the sand upon it. I don't know about that. Please tell us your cautionary tale for us to keep in mind should we ever picnic at the beach. I've seen some rocky sand, gravelly, soily sand. It's not all white beaches and fine black lava. I don't think I've ever seen. I think I've only ever. Yeah, it was pretty gravelly the few times I've gone to the beach. And also, the water was not the prettiest. Very brown. Did you watch Husband Hotel? I haven't gotten around to it. I haven't been watching new stuff recently. Just been listening to music pretty much. We have a glass beach. Glass beach? I've heard of like sea glass. Is it like a beach with a lot of sea glass on it? Because I've never heard of that before. Just a glass beach. Sad husband noises, sorry. I suppose I'll get around to it someday. I don't know the history, but it's broken glass surrounded by the pounding ocean. I've heard of like sea glass, but I didn't know you could have like just an entire beach full of it. Let me look that up, because that sounds pretty. Sounds like the name of an album. Glass Beach. Oh, that is really pretty. I didn't know there could be so much. I've heard of sea glass before, but I've only seen like pictures of like a handful of it or something. Not all of this. Really pretty. I didn't know such a thing existed. It's like a beach full of marbles. Looks nice, but hurts. Bye, have to go. Oh, bye. Thank you for coming by. Have a good day. This is beautiful. I didn't know such things existed. I love rocks like this, like that look kind of like a marbly, glassy kind of texture. If I saw a whole beach full of this, I'd go crazy. This is so pretty. Have a good night, Diamonds. Have you ever seen? Well, I suppose you're still telling your story about the glass beach, but have you ever seen those bioluminescent beaches where the algae glows and it's so pretty? I want to see one of those in real life one day too. I want to see a glass beach and I want to see a bioluminescent ocean, I suppose. How do you spell that? Luminescent. I haven't. They're so pretty. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you to hold on. The picture is especially pretty in videos where like someone runs their hand through the water of bioluminescent algae. It's so pretty. That looks like otherworldly. Ah! Sorry. It's so pretty. I know, right? Let me see if I can't find the video I'm thinking of. Because it's so pretty. Photoshopped. Perhaps it could be, but there is also a nice video that's kind of bioluminescent algae. Oh, I remember seeing you can also buy yourself a packet of bioluminescent algae and keep it in a jar or something like that. I remember something like that. You just gotta take care of it and it should last for a while. I don't know, but let me find the video because it's real pretty. Is this the one? Ah! I'm sorry. I'm sorry for screaming. The video audio was so loud. I'm sorry. It scared me. Oh no. Sorry. That was so loud. Oh, this is it. Yeah, this is the video. But maybe turn down your volume for opening it up because it scared me. This is the video. It's real pretty. Okay. It's all good. Very fancy. I know. There's so many wonders of the world that I want to see someday, but I don't like traveling. I just want to like teleport. I don't like the hassle of having to travel on the way there. I just want to show up. It's been an hour and 27 minutes. I suppose at an hour 45 I'll take a break. This event is like, on one hand, so gorgeous, and on the other hand, suspiciously like dangerously gorgeous. I know, it's a little like I don't know about this, but I suppose I don't know, cause like yeah. Well, I suppose I do want to eat moon rocks, so I'm not one to talk about hazardous, something that could potentially be hazardous. I don't know. I think it'd be worth the risk to touch pretty glowing plants. I wonder if there's a terrestrial plant that can, is that the word I'm looking for? Yeah, if it's on land, it's terrestrial, right? A non-aquatic plant that can glow like that. Not just algae in the ocean. Imagine a glowing flower, like in a sci-fi, not sci-fi movie. Well, maybe sci-fi movie, I guess. I don't know. I don't watch movies very much. it really divides me because I think my caution matches my appreciation for beauty. Yeah, it's a little like I know there's some people who like just go for it and don't consider the consequences. But I suppose I'm one of those. I'm the type to really want to go for it. But you know, I just can't help but think, what if something goes wrong? I'd love to, but you know, what if? What if? What if? Hypothetically, I do it, and then when the moment of truth comes, I back out. Yeah, I suppose I'd be the same. Like, oh, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. And then like there's the opportunity, and it's like, well, I'd like to, but maybe it's better if I don't. I'm not a risk taker. I try and think to myself, I should do more. I should I should get out of my comfort zone. But I never do. I never do. Psh, that's no big deal. Then no one told me this 8 feet. This is sorry. No one told me 8 feet was this high off the ground or something like that. You need an extrovert to adopt you and drag you into things. I suppose so. But that extrovert will have to come and find me in here, in my introvert sanctum. Because I'm not going out there until an extrovert comes and makes me. And until an extrovert finds me in here somehow, it's not happening. Also, nothing wrong with baby steps to your comfort zone. It doesn't have to explode over the walls. That's true, I suppose. Some hyper-friendly person just appears outside your window and calls you to do stuff. That's kind of scary, actually. I heard you were, hiding out in here. Time to hang out. Whether you like it or not. That's literally coconut cream pie. I suppose that is what he's attempting to do. Not to go outside and do stuff, but, well, to come outside my room, I suppose. But just, he just demands attention is all. He doesn't care about anything else unless he's getting his cuddles. Which he's not receiving right now, so he's very peeved off about that. My cat also becomes very demanding at sometimes. Her name was, Kiki, I think? Uh, yeah, Kiki's the cat and Mira's the dog. Come out of your room. Let me outside. Also, you can be there too. Yeah, Kiki. Okay. Kiki. That's a cute name. But yeah, my cat's demanding my attention is more so for receiving cuddles, receiving treats. Uh, yeah, that's all. Oh goodness, no. No, I'm not sleepy yet. It's only 4:40. All right, I forgot. I always forget I have this little clock next to me, so you know what time it is for me too. Terribly domesticated. I could see why you like him. Yeah, he's not an outdoor cat. I brought him in from the outdoors as a young kid, and now he is very spoiled. Very. I don't think he'd make it a day outside. It is break time. Oh, I suppose you're right. Yeah, I suppose I'll take the break now. Uh, yeah, because I maybe the trick to not sleepiness on to not being sleepy on to not being sleepy on stream is to get up and wake myself up as soon as I start yawning. So that is what I will do after I save this picture. Wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up. Okay. Break time. You all get yourselves a break too. You all break time. It's break time for all of us here on mini stream. Clap your face cheeks with your hands. I'm glad you specified face cheeks. And not my hands, my hooves. But thank you for specifying face. Coach Minnie says break, break, break time. Let us go and break. Break. Now. Now is the break. Let us go and break. Now. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, back. Back from break and hopefully awake. Back from break and hopefully awake. That rhymes. That's nice. Welcome back. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you. There's no like. Okay, there's no like little embellishments to her dress. Pretty plain dress, but okay, yeah. I liked accusing Falcon of drinking too much. I feel a tiny bit bad that I'm not sure if he understood. He doesn't remember drinking so much he doesn't remember donating. I wasn't sure if he knew what was going on or not. I don't know if he suspected you or me. I don't know what he thought was going on. And he was like, totally me. And then he was like, no, I don't. Like, yeah, like he said something like, oh, right, yeah. No, no, I don't remember. I was confused by his confusion. I was too. If he gets upset, you're taking the blame. If he finds out and he comes to exact his revenge, it's all on you. I might get some fallout for going along with the scheme. But it was you were the mastermind behind it. You were the evil mastermind. I'm ready. Just like Camille was her name in the Barbie Barbie game. There's only one evil mastermind that could have done this, because only one such person exists, and that would be you, Regardmore. Noir lighting over the eyes. Regardmore must have concocted this. But for why? But for why? But for what reason? What reason? What is what is the overall plan here? Just to confuse me? But for why? Meanwhile, I'm on the porch like, say it with your with your chest? Say it with your chest. Say it with your chest. He's fun to mess with because he's generally forgiving. I hope so. I haven't gotten to witness his forgiving nature. I haven't gotten to know him that well to know how he'd take to being tricked and bamboozled. Hmm. Oh goodness, fur pattern. How do I accomplish this? Drawing fur is the hardest thing ever. Mm-hmm. Oh, hold on. I had to scooch my chair and I was sitting really far back for some reason. But yeah, drawing fur. I remember that being quite a pain. I remember that at least. Over the weekend, I played a board game with another family. The game that said that the biggest gossip had to go first. The two of them were gossipers, and the two of us were instigators. What sort of game was this? Because that sounds like a game that could start some arguments. Speaking of games that start arguments, Mario Party. I used to play Mario Party. I only had Mario Party DS, and I only ever played by myself. And I would play 50-turn games all by myself against expert level AI. Because I had nothing better to do. 2v8. Oh, TB8. No. TBH? Yeah, TBH. I thought for a second I wasn't saying letters. It's meant to be played as a way to better understand each other's thinking. TBH board game. Oh, missed a letter. The game of honest answers to outrageous questions. You're like the One-Punch Man of Mario Party. I suppose so. I had this horrible idea of Mario Party endurance. Like my only experience was with Mario Party DS, but I thought about what if, as a I don't know, like a what's the word? Incentive for my channel. I had this horrible idea. Like if I play every single Mario Party game, 50 turns, hardest level AI, the hardest level the AI could possibly be, and I'm not allowed to progress onto the next board until I win first place. And so I had to keep. If I lose, I've got to play the board over, and I had to do this for every board, every game in the series. It sounds awful, but I had the patience as a young lamb. I don't know if I could still hold up. I don't know if I could do it. The youth have time. I'm a youth in some, perhaps to some's perspective. By comparison, I'm a youth. I suppose I do have time, it's just that I want to spend most of that time napping. The youth have time. That's cute. I have the time for a horrible endurance challenge of Mario Party. I have the time, it's just that I don't know if I have the patience. That's the issue. We're figuring it out. Slowly but surely. Surely. Depends where you are. Shirley versus Shorely. I think I pronounce it I think I say Shirley. Yeah, that's how I normally pronounce it. Slowly but surely. Shirley. Yeah, that's how I pronounce it. I don't know if you influenced me or not with your Shirley. Yeah, I think I say slowly but surely. Shirley. Yeah. Surely. Surely. Surely you can't be serious. Surely. Surely. I say Shirley, yeah. Or roof versus rough, I think is how some people pronounce it, like the roof of a building, roof or rough. I always say roof. I don't know why some people pronounce it rough. I've never actually heard someone pronounce it like that. Like seriously, just as like a comparison to roof. I don't know what I'm talking about. Often. I swing between often and often. That's not a word I use very often, so often. Often. I say often with the t. But yeah, I guess that's not a word I use very often, so I don't know. Often. Often. I think that's how I say it. Route and route, like take this route. I don't know directions. I don't drive. Route. Take this route to wherever you're going. I say route instead of some people say route, but I think I say route. That's not a word I use often either, so I don't know. Route. Route or route? I pronounce it route's already used. Yeah, that's route. Route, it's spelled with O-U-T, like outside. So yeah, route. Route side. The controversy. Heart. Earth. Hearth. What was the other? There was. What? What do you think of the word? This is something that like got caught in my head for a little while, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. The words food and good. Good food. They don't. They're spelled pretty much the same. Well, the last three letters are the same, but to me they don't sound like they rhyme, or at least the way I say it. Food, good. Good food. Good food. Good food. Good food. Food. Good. This is nonsense. Sorry. I would say hearth over hearth. English just doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Good, like, put. 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 Good food. Food good. Food good. Good food. Food good. Breath and breathe. Just one letter makes that so different. Breath, breathe. Once upon a time, the vowels sounded like the way the rest of the world agrees, but then the Fire Nation attacked. The Great Vowel Shift. Oh? I don't think I've ever heard of this. I don't think I've ever heard of such a thing as the Great Vowel Shift. Between 1400 and 1700, an actual thing that people just started saying it different. Much speculation as to the reasons why. I've never heard of such a thing before, but that's interesting. The Great Vowel Shift. Laughter, slaughter, slafter, slafter. Laughter, slafter. What are some other ones? Some good examples of strange Englishisms. My favorite is this trio. Grenada, Canada, Nevada, read and red. Yeah. Don't forget, live and life. Don't forget, Kansas and Arkansas. Wind and wind. Uh-oh. Too much memory again. What are some layers I don't need? I suppose I could put this all into one layer. What layer's this? There's, I'm having trouble thinking of them, but there's gotta be more. Oh, bass and bass. That's one. And I always get confused which one's which with bass and bass. Which one's the instrument, which one's the fish. Grenada, Canada, Nevada, Canada, Grenada, Nevada. Wait, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing any of these correctly. Grenada, Canada, Nevada, Canada, Grenada, Canada, Grenada, Nevada, Nevada, Grenada, Canada. I'm not sure if I did that correctly or not. Nice. Last A was like cat. Cat at Nevada. Like that? Nevada? Nevada, Grenada, Canada. I'm still not sure I'm doing it right. Nevada, Grenada, Canada. Yes, okay. I don't. I wasn't sure how Nevada was pronounced. If that is how it's pronounced, Nevada. I think I always used to say Nevada. Yeah. It just amuses me how differently they sound. I think I always said in the rare occasion I did bring up Nevada, I said Nevada, not Nevada. Maybe if I put the moon. Yeah, let me make the moon. So I have a reference of how the moon will look in comparison to everything else. What layer? I guess this layer will be fine. Two. Well, let me make it the... So. I know there's gotta be more words with strangeness attached to it, but I just can't think of them. My mind's blank. Like it usually is. starting to get a little bit of a cramp in my hoof, which is not very good. No, no. But I will continue on. I will continue on. I will charge forth. Even with my crampy hoof. Because I really want to I want to make progress. Streaming may be a way to encourage you to draw more, but it really does nothing about getting it done quicker. Not at all. I suppose it does at least, I guess this is technically quicker than I used to do it, because, I guess I would get distracted anyway. But now that there's like an audience here that I've got to keep entertained with the fact that I'm here to entertain you, I suppose, with my drawing. At least that's got me stuck in my seat and drawing for more time than I would be were you not here watching and keeping me seated instead of pacing around my room thinking about maybe drawing, maybe. Considering it a lot, very careful consideration, but you know what? Perhaps now is not the right time. But now is the time. The right time? I don't know, but it is a time. And so this is the time we're going with to work on this drawing. And gosh darn it, we're drawing. We're doing something. We're drawing. Oh, goodness. I hear someone meowing. remember my process of coloring in fur. And I'm not sure how this is turning out for me. Up close I don't like it, but far away it looks alright, I guess. But I'll keep on seeing, testing out things. Yeah. I'm not sure how it's coming along so far. Not too bad. Thank you. Yeah. I can't recall. Because I don't really think I... Well, when you look at me, my fur is not like... I had a very different process. I guess my model is the only drawing I really completed, air quotes. But this is like, I guess my illustrations, illustrating is different. Illustrating a drawing and illustrating a model for Live 2D are two different things. So yeah, I'm still trying to figure out fur texture and see how this is turning out for me. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. The muzzle looks strange. Hiccup. Hiccup. Your highlights. Just see what it all looks like. Hydrate. Oh, thank you. Hydrate. Yep. Got my water right here. Thank you. Our makeshift hydrate command. Higher up. I like velvet in that plush yarn, but textures are a doozy. Textures. Or maybe if I had a proper brush. Not a proper brush, but a brush that would, like... I don't know. I don't know. Still lots to experiment with. Just say that you're drawing plastic figurines. No texture required then. There's a workaround. That is a workaround. Well, plastic is a texture. You've got to add the shine to it, I suppose. But I suppose not as complex a texture as all these little hairs. Which I'm not sure. I don't think I used to do all the individual little furs though. Oh, but of course, how else will she learn to draw with the Cinnaflava? You gotta put in some spice, some Cinnaflava. You can't give up on the Cinnaflava. Let me pull up my DeviantArt again. Yeah, it was all kind of smooth textured, wasn't it, that I used to do? Experimentation. There's research to be done. On these textures and how to make them look nice. So cute. I guess just the outer edges of her fur. Yeah, at the very least, just the outer edges, and I'll see what else to do to go in more detail later on. Give me a different brush. Smear. What is this? Let me try this brush. Oh, no, that's a little too smeary. Canvas? No, not canvas. I don't need textured things right now. Maybe later. Oh, that's my outlining brush. Soft. Okay, I guess I'll see what this brush is all about. Because I don't remember this brush. I don't know where I got these brushes. I don't know where I got the settings for these brushes from before. Oh, I kinda like this. Oh, it blurs a little bit much. It carries a little bit too much of the darker color when I'm trying to color over with lighter. But actually, more experimentation to be done with this brush in particular, because I kind of like it. gotta... I don't know. Don't know where I found the settings for this brush, but I like this brush. For fur, maybe, yeah. Oh, but of course, there's also gonna be the Moonlight illuminating thing, so still lots of playing with light to be done too. Not just the shading of the basic shading, but when I bring in the Moonlight into everything, that's gonna be another thing. Yeah, I like this for fur. This is a nice brush for the way it tapers off at the end. I like this. Oh, flip the canvas. Let's see. Balance. In just a bit, once I fix up these eyes, because something just looks off about them. there's a lot of very unbalanced. Oh, oops. Oh, okay, that way. And there should be, I guess, more hair covering her face this time. Yeah, it looks. Maybe I should give her a little hair accessory or something. Well, oh, the layer's not there. Was it this brush I was using for the fur? I can't remember. I should name it to where I remember. I think it was this one, Smear. No, maybe it wasn't. I forgot which brush it was. Oh no. Oh no. Was it this one? I can't tell. Oh no. Well, it's one of these brushes. I know it's gotta be. Was it this one? Oh no. No. Wait, maybe it was this one. Yeah, I think it was. Okay, I'm gonna name this fur brush. Brush your fur. And your teeth. Practice good hygiene. That's the lesson for today. I think my mic can pick up the sound of me pressing the buttons on my tablet to redo and undo. Yeah, my audio mixer's picking up something. Oh no, I hope that's not too bothersome. I gotta get one of those like mics that this microphone, this headset, I would prefer a headset because I think I move my head around too much to be able to handle one of those just those stationary microphones that sits on your desk. I think I move around too much uh for something like that. Uh well, I don't know. I guess it depends how good the mic is. If it can pick up me like playing around. Uh but I need a better microphone, I think. One that like oh goodness, when I listen to like when I'm editing the videos or rendering them to upload onto my archive channel, and I hear myself laugh, I can hear like the breath of my laugh on the mic, and it's not a pleasant sound. But I don't know what. May there's some settings I could adjust on my current microphone, or at least the filters I have set up in OBS, so that isn't as awful as it is. But that's something that needs to be fixed. And I don't know if that could be fixed with audio filters alone, or if it's got to be better hardware, better microphone. Your mic sounds pretty good in my opinion. Oh, that's good. But I think it could be improved. Maybe the issue is just my laugh being kind of breathy. Like, whenever I have like, when I laugh, like, I don't know if that picked up on the mic actually. But sometimes I think my laugh records in a weird way to where it makes an unpleasant noise in the mic. I don't know. Maybe there's just some settings I could adjust on the software. I understand. Okay. But yeah, hopefully, maybe there's some other steps I could take to fix that instead of a whole brand new mic. I think it's a decent mic, but maybe it's the way I have it positioned. I don't know. Lots of things could be the issue. I gotta play around. There's still so much to play around with my stream, with the audio, with the video, with the everything. The bot needs fixing. That's something that needs to fix it. What mic is it? It's a whole headset. I got it off eBay. Used off eBay, like pre-owned. One sec. Let me take it off and see what the brand is on the side. What does scuff stream mean? Rodriguez taught me that was a scuff stream is just a stream that has lots of issues, lots and lots of issues, which my streams have. Like disconnecting, just a lot of mess ups, just a lot of twitchy problems. Okay, my headset is a HyperX Cloud 2, I guess. Let me see. Yeah, this seems to be the one. HyperX Cloud 2 gaming headset. Yeah, technical difficulties and stuff. It's the student driver bumper sticker to the channel. That's a good way of putting it. I should put a like a big sticker in the corner of the screen that says student driver or student streamer. What if Twitch just did that for all new streamers? It's just a big sign in the corner of the stream that says expect issues, expect problems. I know that one. Disona. Okay. Yeah, I got mine pre-owned. And this one on Amazon, I get, oh right, Black Friday, isn't it? This one's a real good price. A lot better than what I got it for pre-owned on eBay. Well, I can't worry about that now. I spent the money that I spent, and this is my headset now. But yeah, I guess it does the job. I guess there's more I could do to with the software to make things a little better, a little some tweaks and adjustments that I could do before just jump into a whole new microphone. When you have money coming in from streaming, you can get a better one. Yeah, I guess that's one of the biggest priorities is a better microphone, just like so audio is good. Yeah, just decent audio. That's like when I do have money coming in, I want to improve the stream. Audio's a big thing. So maybe a better mic is top priority. I guess also better internet connection would be nice, but that might be a lot more pricier than it's not just a one-time purchase, it's a whole subscription thing. But that would be nice, is better internet just in general. Not disconnecting as often as it does. Will you keep your VTuber model when the money comes in? I suppose so. I do want to, since I did make it myself, I can, I do want to have more costumes. I guess it's all a matter. The problem is I want to keep the costumes a surprise. So like when it shows up on stream, it's like, oh, bitch, you didn't know I was gonna dress up like this, did ya? But when I'm not streaming, I feel less motivated to draw. I don't know. I've gotta work up the motivation to do things even without an audience keeping me here, seated and focused. Focused, air quotes. But yeah, same motto, I suppose. Do what I do, overpromise. Oh no. I guess I have overpromised a bit before. And work behind the scenes as much as you can. Yeah, I've gotta, and then beg for apologies. Yeah, I've gotta work up the motivation to just make my stream better, make my stream more fun, and I had a fun costume in mind, which I'm not sure if I'll get ready, but I'm gonna try my best to not nap and to work instead. And this was like my first ever model. Like, I think I'm gonna stick with it for I think it does the job for now. This is my first ever live 2D model that I've ever created. So there's some. My eyes are really jittery. Oh, sorry. um, so there are a few little bugs to it. I suppose I'll stick with it for now and maybe like just switch out costumes and hairstyles, wool styles. But I do want to improve it once I get. I suppose that now that I have the basics of live 2D understood, I do want to. I want to do more. I want to do more with live 2D and see what fun sorts of stuff I can do. Like those really advanced models that that just like have crazy animations. I don't know if I could get that to that far, but I would like to try. I've seen some artists do non-disclosed works on stream. They were drawing the commission, but we were watching the movement of the hand. I see. Okay, I think I understand. That sounds cool though. Big dreams are on brand for a sleepy sheepy. Big dreams. That's what I'm going for. Is big dreams. I have big dreams and I hope to make them come true. But just keep improving constantly. Those cost out. Yeah, those models can be expensive. I wish I wish I had known about those 2D. No, I'm 2D. PNG tubers. If I had known about that before I started doing live 2D, I would be one of those right now. I wish I had known about them sooner. I was like, I really want a live 2D, like, I thought live 2D was the only way to go. And I was like, I really want to be a VTuber. And I guess this is the only way to be one. Oh, it costs quite a lot to commission someone to make one. I guess I'll have to do it myself. And it was quite a pain to learn. But, here we are. It was a virtual hand filling in another artwork, but it was something to look at. This way you can make stuff and keep it secret on stream. But I have no idea how to set up. I guess I'll have to look into that, because that does sound really interesting. Like, top secret. Oh my goodness. That does sound fun. Secret art stream. Secret art stream. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Hiccup. Let's see. The moon is weird shaped. The moon is very weird shaped. Why did I not notice that sooner? That's a strange shape for a moon. I've just realized. Ah, crescent moons. Crescents are hard to draw. It's so wobbly. If only Paint Tool Sai had a shape tool. Shape Tool Sai. Maybe if I drew a circle, I would understand. Oh wait, make a circle, cut it into it with another. Yeah, Yeah, circles would help. Circles would help. Uh, circles. Paint tool site also does not have a circle tool, but I can improvise with just a brush. Uh, that that's circle enough, I suppose. That's that's a circle. Make it. Well, let me cut it when it's small. Copy. Oh, hold on. Make this circle black. Oh yes, it's all coming together. It's all coming together. Merge. Well, hold on. A little thicker crescent. A little thicker. A little. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work for now. If not, I could do it over. That wasn't too complex thing to replicate. A little higher on the color difference. Okay then. Let me I can do this. I swear. Oh, that does look. That's crescent. That's crescent, all right. That is crescent enough for my purposes. That'll do for now. Thank you, Thank you. There's a little bit of transparency, but if I duplicate the layer and paste them onto each other, or if I just do a clipping group and fill it in. Yeah, this works. This works. Copy. Vertical. This works. This works. Oh, I need to make it shine, of course. I need to make the moon shine. Well, duplicate the layer. Luminosity. And blur. Soft blur. There we go. That's a shine. That's a shiny meatball, right? What? That's a shiny meatball right there. A little too shiny, actually. Let me just bring down to 70. No. I guess this the layer, the edge of the moon could also be a little blurred. It's a little too hard edge. This'll work. A little too pixelated. Yeah, that'll do for now. Maybe it's a little too big. What layer is this? What layer is this? Oh, the stars. Okay, that's the moon. Maybe a tiny smidgen bit smaller. How large was it in my sketch? Oh yeah, a slight bit smaller than that. So let me just work, I guess. It's still a work in progress. It's still a work in progress, so... Yeah. Oh, nice and soft. Huge. Yeah, it was huge. Okay. I'm awake. Well, let me see. Let me copy this layer. Paste. What is this layer? Oh, nothing. Empty. Okay. Oh, what is that? Okay, let me play with the colors a slight bit. Oh! If I add an overlay... Oh right, not enough memory. Let me save this as... Okay, copy... This is the fourth copy. Okay, delete the old layers. Those are a thing of the past. Delete the layers that get in your way and take up too much memory on Paint Tool side. Nope, okay. Well, okay. And multiply? Or no? I'm just playing around with colors and seeing how... Maybe. Oh, clipping group. Yeah, that works. That blends in better. Yeah, that makes her look more part of the sky and not just like she was stamped over it. Oh no, not that. She looks heavenly now in a ghostly way. Shade. A little too dark. A little too dark. Lemon shade. I kinda like it, but it's too dark. Oh no, that's nothing. Binary color, no. Overlay? Yeah, I think I like this color palette. Save. Oh, here's another texture I'm gonna have to deal with is wood. Not as tedious as the fur, I guess. Let me see how the fur brush looks. Trying to paint wood. Maybe this one. Oh. I think this is the fur brush, actually. Yeah, this is the fur brush, not the other one. This should be called the fur brush. The other one was called smudge or something like that, I think, before. Or smear, that is what it was called, I think. Okay, this is the fur brush for real. Okay. Mystery solved. Don't forget to label it. I just did. But yeah, I didn't label it the first time. I figured out like, oh, this is a nice brush for fur. I like it. And then I switched on over to another tool and forgot which one it was. But now it is labeled as fur brush. But thank you for the heads up, because I was very likely to, if I didn't do it at that exact moment, I would have forgotten again. Two, two, two. Smear brush. I guess the fur brush could also work for broom bristles. Yeah, I think this is... Yeah, I think this works. It's a good thing I had this setting here. I don't recall what I used it for before. Sometimes I'll just see like a picture like, oh, here's my brush settings, and I like save it to my Pinterest, and I bring it like, okay, I guess I'll use this. I don't know what for, but I'll have it saved here, and it was saved there. So I decided, let's see what this is all about. And it's about pretty good. It's about decent, about nice at replicating a, well, for my purposes, a furry, brushy texture. still a bit paintbrushy. I gotta make it more rough. Save. I can't wait to be able to play Kirby's Epic Yarn. I don't know anything about the game. I know it has like that yarn, that craft, arts and crafts style to it, like a Yoshi's Woolly World. That's all I know. I've got to make more progress in the Kirby series, which will be fun. Kirby's always fun. Yeah. I especially want to see, like... because I know... thought I heard someone at my door, sorry. My only experience with Kirby was, for my debut, Kirby's Dream Land, the first game on Game Boy. And as a lamb, my first ever and only ever Kirby game was Kirby Superstar Ultra on the DS. But yeah, I want to see how much the series expands, especially Kirby and the Forgotten World. I want to try that. I especially want to see what that's all about, and the new abilities. And I'm especially looking forward to the music. Kirby music is always a fun time. Especially Bubbly Clouds. I've seen bits of Forgotten World. It looks great. Yeah, I've seen a little bit, but I don't want to spoil it too much for myself, because I know about like the I can't remember the term for it, but Kirby's new power. And I didn't want to spoil too much of it for myself because it was so absurd. I wanted to get like when I get around to streaming it, which is it'll take a while. It'll take a while to get there in the series, because I want to do the Kirby series in order. But yeah, I want to react to that on my own. That wonderful, wonderful new power he's got. And especially since it's the first ever open world Kirby game, I think. I don't know if that's how you describe it. Yeah, it's very different for the series, I know that. And that's gonna be fun to get around to. It's 3D for one. Yeah, 3D, like a 3D, actually 3D platform, not like 3D 2D side-scrolling platformer thing, like Star Allies or something. Like Star Allies is a 3D art style, but it's a 2D. You scroll 2D scrolling. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I lied. I have played a tiny bit of Star Allies, Kirby Star Allies, because I have it, and when my nephews and nieces come over, my nieces always want to play it. Can we play Kirby? Can we play Kirby Star Allies? Or no, she reads it as Kirby Star Aliens, and I'm like, yeah, sure. We don't make it very far, cause they're kids, of course, and they're just button mashing. We try our best to make it, and we don't get very far. But from what I have seen of Star Allies, it's pretty cute, but it seems a little bit more simplified. It's very cute from the little I have seen of it. But yeah, I like it. I Star Allies too. I have played Star Allies. I forgot. I just haven't made that much progress in it. It's interesting that it took so long to make an actual 3D Kirby game, though. Yeah, like a proper 3D not open world, 3D game. Yeah. Cause I don't know. I don't know much about Forgotten World, so I don't know much about what's going on in there aside from that new ability, that new power. Yeah, it is surprising that it took so long to get around to that. But I don't know. There's always I don't know what goes on in the world of video game creation. And how they decide when to do what. Now's the time for 3D Kirby. Oh, I also want to get around to playing Super Monkey Ball, which I know is a very, very difficult game. And the version of the game I grew up playing a little bit of, not very much of it, was Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz on the Wii. And I didn't get to play very much of it because it's hard to control with the Wii motion controls. I loved, for some reason when I was younger, I thought monkeys were the cutest thing ever. I loved monkeys. And so I loved Monkey King. But I just couldn't progress very far because it was just that difficult. I wanted so badly to get better at the game, but it was just so hard. I think I'd like to attempt the full series of Super Monkey Ball. I don't know. My wholesomeness might not hold up to the stress of dying over and over and over and over again. But perhaps that it might be a fun time for the viewers. If not for me, then the viewers. I like your honesty. At the very least, I've got that going for me. I could try my best. I'll try my best to be good at the game. I'll try my best to do decent at the game. And I'll try my best not to scream in anger. I'll try my best not to swear. I'll try real hard. Oh, goodness. I don't swear much, I promise. Just when I'm really, really upset. Which might happen. You've been doing well enough at it so far. I've gotten close, but that was only when I was like the other day when I was feverish. I remember I almost I was losing that I kept getting hit. I kept taking hits in Super Mario 64, and I remember I got real close to saying something, but I was able to stop myself. And it might have just been because of my self-control was a little bit afflicted by my whatever I caught. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was a fever. I kept sneezing a lot and sniffling. I don't know what it was. My go-to was bleep. I remember you saying you almost swore. I got real close. I real close. Maybe if I still gotta work on highlight videos of my past streams. Maybe I'll include that in the highlight as me getting real close to saying a naughty word. I didn't say it, but I got real close because I was just, and also that was when the internet kept bugging out. The internet just kept dying on me. That just wasn't a good day for me. But I held it together. I didn't swear. Have it to where it cuts off like it got clipped wrong. Oh yeah, that'll be better. Just clip it at the exact moment to make it seem like I did. But I censored it. I could do that. I might do that. Yeah, towards the end that stream got really bad. Yeah. I just got frustrated with the game, with the internet. 15-minute the delays were real bad. It is a scuff stream after all. It was just especially scuffed that night, that day. It delivers. like it says on the label. I deliver on my promises. If I say it's a scuff stream, it's gonna be a scuff stream. What you see is what you get. And you could take that to the bank. I mean, internet provider. This sounds like Christmas music. A lot of Puyo Puyo music sounds like Christmas music to me. It's the bells. It's the bells that make it so holly jolly. I want to play Puyo Puyo too. I played a little bit of Puyo Puyo Tetris. And of course I like Tetris. But the Puyo Puyo part of it is a little difficult for me to adjust to. I can't get the combos up. But it does seem like fun. I like the characters. I want to learn the lore of Puyo Puyo. But I think there's some games that are Japanese exclusive, so that might be an issue in me immersing myself in the lore. What's a good eye color? Well, teddy bear, so. Not quite. Oh, green doesn't look so bad actually. Not that bright green, but green's kind of cute. Let me do both eyes so I can get a better reference of what I'm looking at here. Okay, copy. And let me see what this looks like. Yeah, green's not so bad. Or bluish. Maybe it's a bit too much blue. Her outfit's already blue as blue can be with a tiny bit of orange. Maybe I want to up the contrast of the blue between her dress and the blue. Her dress and hat are the same blue, and then her ribbons and tassels are a slightly darker blue, just like the figurine, but I, I want to add more contrast to it, I guess. It's all blended in a bit too much together. I'll stick with brown eyes for now. Like, that's a good color brown, I think. Yeah. Okay, let me fix that. Nuts. Yeah. It's not quite time yet in the recipe to put the flavor in, but there is still flavor to be added to the drawing. It's still a work in progress. The recipe is not done yet. This recipe calls for more flavor. I think that's a nice enough color if I just blur it in a bit more at the edges. And some shine to it. Okay, no, it's a bit too small. Let me just do it in one eye and copy and paste. I never get it even. Yeah, that'll work for now. That'll work for now. Just so I have an idea. Oh, flip! Something's off. I think it's just this whole... Hang on, I think I know what I'm... This is a surgical procedure. Oh, save. Okay, now copy 5. Copy 5. Wait for it to load. Okay, merge this and that. And... well, I suppose I could save this. This doesn't have to be merged immediately. But, Dr. Minnie, yes, I have to perform a surgical procedure right now. Okay, but first, oops. Okay, let me just make her a little transparent. There. Okay, I prepped her for surgery. She's a ghost. I have separated the soul from the body. That'll make things go a lot easier. Okay. I think the issue is her eyes are a little too close. One's a little... Her eyes are uneven, is what I'm thinking is happening here. So I'm about to... Yep. They are, yeah. Oh, that doesn't help. Hold on. Wait, yeah. Cosmetic surgery. Yes, I'm performing cosmetic surgery to even out. Something's up here. Higher. Higher and a little to the... Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. Wait, let me adjust the second eye too. Actually, let me... Hold on. Let me duplicate this layer. I did not duplicate the layer. Hold on. Okay, try again. Oops. Okay. I have to duplicate your soul. That way we have a backup in case things go wrong. and blink a lot for a fresh look. Mm. Hmm. Okay, maybe just the other eye needs adjustment. Or, wait, maybe it's just the shape of the eye. A little weird. A little weird. Now I'm getting attached to where it is. I think the other eye needs to be... The eye here needs to be larger too, I think. Maybe. Oh, a slight bit larger. Near eye needs adjusting. Yeah, I think... Yeah? And a little... Yeah? Let me look at it in comparison to the... Okay, let me put that in a folder. Open up. Flip again. Oh yeah, flip. Please, yeah. I think I made it too big. Or I could make the other one bigger to complement the larger eye I've given her. Oh, wrong layer. Yeah, actually... Maybe. I think the snout's also throwing things off. Like, if... Let me remove the snout from view. Yeah, the snout's also off, isn't it? I could just redraw the whole snout. I guess the snout does need to be... Yeah, it's a little flat, isn't it? Yeah, the whole face is just off. So the farther eye looks like it rests far above the nose, whereas the nearer eye sits on the nose. Yeah. I guess the snout is the issue. I think the eyes look okay. Oops. The eyes look alright now. Oops. There she is. I think I just need to do just the snout now. Oops. Yeah, let me merge these. I agree, the eyes look solid in both directions. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's just the snout needs to be 3D. It looks a little flat, like mine does, because I couldn't figure out how to model a snout in Live 2D. Oh goodness. Okay. Become a ghost. Oh. Ghost. Okay. Maybe. Maybe it's the issue. Let's see. Oh, goodness. Her head's shaped weirdly, isn't it? Yeah. I guess the ribbon's gotta be going under her head. So. Yep. Under her chin. Color? What sort of command is this? Forgot it was a slash, not a exclamation mark commands. Color? Oh, change your username color. Oh. It was supposed to be a goldenrod color. I just noticed it was a sad brown green. To me, it looks, I see goldenrod. A little bit of a dullish goldenrod, not quite gold. But I can see it. I don't see brown green. It's all a matter of displays, isn't it? I wish we could all see colors the same way. You never know exactly, like, not just because of, like, personal color perception, but a matter of the monitors we use, too. Or screens. Let me copy paste her muzzle. Just so I, oh goodness, have the mouth at least. Maybe I don't have to draw everything all over. Yeah, something like that. Oh, but when I flip, it looks weird. Okay, that looks okay, I think. That'll do for now, I think. Maybe the nose needs a little bit of a rotation. Oh, there we go. I just realized the conversation we had about your username color isn't gonna translate on stream because it's all the same purple. It's all the same lavender color on the screen. No one's gonna know about your goldenrod mishap in later streams. It's okay. Oh, now you're lime. Now you're lime green. Or spring green? No. Neon green, I'd say. It looks blue. To me, it looks green. It was purplish blue a second ago, but now it's green. Okay, I see it now. I think when I take like those little color test things online, which, you know, not the most reliable thing, but I do pretty well on those. So I think I have an... Once I got 100%. I don't know if I've ever gotten that good. And also it's been a long... I don't know. Can your color sight, your perception of color decrease as you age? Not that I've aged that much. I'm not that old. But I don't know if it's possible for your sense of color to deteriorate like eyesight does. Absolutely. Oh, okay. So yeah, it might not be as good as it once was. I don't know. It's been a while since I've taken that one of those quizzes. And also there's the issue of different screens, different monitors, different settings. As you age, your eyes develop cataracts. Oh, okay, so that affects color vision then? Oh, hydrate. Oh, it's 7 already. I guess I'll keep going. I think I made some alright progress today. I'll keep going until 7:30. Yeah, 7:30 is an alright time, I suppose, to take a break from this. Smudge. Oh. Disembodied mouth. As I understand it, the biomaterial that clouds the cataract is not full black, so it must be some kind of color. Oh. Oh yeah, sometimes like when you hear about the experiences of blind people, how you would describe what their lack of vision, it's not like they're seeing black, they're seeing nothing. So it's a weird thing to describe. I don't know. Like an absence of color, an absence of anything. Oh, the eyeball shine layers back. Yeah, that's true. Yep. You got a little, out of place. But it's fixable. There we go. And flip to make sure they're even. Elgingrow is the word to describe the dark we see when the lights are off. I like to say that word. I'm not sure how it's... Oh, it's on L. Eigengrow. Let me see how that's pronounced. Let me look that up, because that's a word I have never seen before. But I like learning uh, very specific words that apply to a very specific circumstance. Brain gray, the uniform dark gray background color that many people report seeing in the absence of light. Oh, nice. How to pronounce? Eigengrau. 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 New word! Or its other name. Eiklin like, I think. I like very specific words. Like, oh, here's a Japanese word I know. Komorebi, sorry. Komorebi, which is the light that filters through the leaves of trees. The way the light filters through them and like speckles on the ground, which I think is komorebi with a B. I think it's spelled komorebi. I think. I might be wrong. I know there's a word like that. I might be wrong. Komorebi. I think so. I think that's the word. I might be wrong. Yeah. Komorebi. Sunlight streaming through the trees. That's a really pretty visual, I think. What are some other words? I know Schadenfreude. I know that word, which is amusement at the misfortune of others, I believe. What are some other words like that? They're not coming to mind. Whenever I try to think specifically of something, it's always lost to me. I hear my I heard some culture has a word for when you are so in love that you don't feel notice you need to eat. Oh, that's very specific. I'm not sure I've ever felt that way before in my life, but that's a useful word to have if you have felt that way. So in love you don't feel. I've had that experience. You two want something to eat? Us googly at each other. We're good. Aww. We're good. I can't find it. I tried searching word lose appetite love. Lose appetite win love? Word like no eat. And I couldn't find anything. But I'm just not very good at research. Once the search sees hunger and love, it's got a bajillion results. Yeah, that was pretty much it. It was just trying to give me like symptoms of love sickness is what I got. Instead of a proper word to describe, to encapsulate the feeling of not being hungry when you are lovesick. Fabric is a strange thing to color. I'm gonna add more contrast to these shadows, but first I'm just putting shadows. Oh, phone alarm! Stop it. I guess there needs to be more distance between the cape, like flying up, and her dress. Yeah, more shadow to the dress. Yeah, I'm missing some shadow here. Is what I'm missing. The art of trying to fix something only to make it far worse is described by the Yiddish word "farposket." That's a good word. Very applicable to my life. I want to see how this is pronounced because I could use this word in my life. Oh, there's no video on pronunciation? I need a video reference. I need this word in my life. I'll have to look into that later. I'll have to do more research. Slightly reminds me of a word. Actually, I can't remember the specific term for it. Something about in Japanese art, like you know the Japanese art where like if some ceramic is broken, you repair it with gold. Something like that. And it's not the same as it used to be. But now the cracks, the flaws add to the beauty. This is the thing. Is something I can't remember the full concept. I forget the name. Me too. Something about like it can't ever be the way it used to be, but it's now that's part of the history of it. Is the fact that it was broken. It's honored for having endured. Yeah. I can't remember the term though. Japanese gold fix. Kintsugi. Golden joinery, also known as kintsukuroi, is the Japanese art of repairing broken pottery by mending the areas of breakage with a lacquer dusted or mixed with powdered gold, silver, or platinum. Kintsugi is the word. Let me, because I know my pronunciation's not the best. Kintsugi. Yeah, that's more of a positive approach to the to the fixings. Well, okay, so you fix something, you try to fix something and you make it worse. But in the end, you could do some kintsugi to and it'll make it all better. In a way. I feel like there's a more poetic way to combine these two concepts together. I'm not the sheep to bring this all, to join these two, to marry these two concepts into one sensible thing. Hydration. The shading looks a little bit muddy now. A little too blurred together. but it's fixable. It's yeah. I might have overdone it with this shading so far. It's a good thing I have so many layers. Let me add a little bit more. Maybe this really deep red, just to add a lot of contrast. Because what I need here is contrast, a lot of contrast. Yeah, more contrast. Oh, I've got about 5 more minutes left of making as much progress as I can, which I think a decent amount of progress is made. Yeah, I'm liking how this is turning out so far. I really do need to up the contrast of the blues in her dress and of the shading. The blues in her dress and her little frills and details is what I mean. Oh, there's this too. Okay, this is a bit severe, this shading. Well, I could just go over it with Oh, there should be tassels. At least 1 or 2 tassels on this side of the cape. Oops. Oh, that's not such a bad thing to fix though. But yeah, there needs to be tassels here. A small fix. I suppose that one will be fine for now. May add one more just to... actually, right here to here. Oh, it should be a little to be even. Yeah, perspective. Oh goodness, perspective. I can figure this out next stream, I guess. If I decide to do art next stream, because like I've said, it's all a matter of whatever I feel like doing. If I feel like doing art tomorrow, that's what I'm gonna do. It's likely I might feel I want to get more progress on this, I think. Yeah, I might. It's not a guarantee. You never know what might pop up in my brain tomorrow. What might catch my fancy. What I might decide to do. Yeah, you never know what I might decide to do, because I don't even know what I might decide to do. Save. Yep. Okay. It is, yep, 7:30. So yeah, I guess that's it for today. I'm gonna go have dinner. Yeah. Yep, this is what we've done today. I've made progress. I never know how to end the streams. I always like, I always just sort of fumble around, but I've gotta learn to tighten it up and just get in, get out. We could rate a saxophone player. No, wait. Oh, cool. Saxophone player. I didn't mean to send that. Oh. Good progress. Yes, I think so too, and I'm glad for it. We're making progress. We can read a saxophone player. No way, I interpreted that as we can. Oh, hello. Oh, did I? Oh no, I don't have alerts on this chatting page. Hold on. Let me copy and paste the. He's not playing saxophone tonight. Oh, okay. Well, it's still a truthful statement. He's a saxophone player. He's just not playing the saxophone tonight. Okay. Well, thank you for following Miles Baxter. Thank you for following. Let me see. Let me put that up again. There we go. It's okay. Very nice art. Thank you very much. Sorry the stream's already at an end, but I'll be streaming tomorrow, starting at 3 p.m. And cute little emote, by the way. That's cute. Yeah, I suppose we're gonna raid a saxophone player who is not playing saxophone at the moment, but still sounds interesting. A Scaleless Sun is the name. Okay. So yeah, while I set that up, set us up to raid. Uh, Let me just thank you all for being here and thank you for following Miles Baxter. Thank you very much. Um, oh, cool. Yeah, let me set that up to raid. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching my progress. I hope to make more progress soon, whether that's tomorrow or Thursday. No, not Thursday. Or Friday or Saturday is yet to be seen. We'll see what we're doing tomorrow. Maybe art, maybe gaming. It's always a toss up. But thank you very much for being here. Thank you for chatting, and good night, sweet dream. Good night or good day, whatever time it is for you, wherever you are. Um, Sweet dreams, and let's get ready to raid in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye! Thank you. Bye. Goodbye.